of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nityananda Dhyana Peetam.
Yes, we'll now move on. The science of manifestation, which is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truths which are revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, experiences and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time-tested and verified the science. And next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, and Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from the observation and scientific experimentation. So Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. They are the pure science where ultimate truths are explained. And Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Veda Agamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, the eternal, unchangeable truths. So a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called as the Shastra Pramana. So let us now witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye by our Balasans and Nityananda yogis. And before that, we will be learning and we'll be seeing the Pramanas, the scriptural references for the power of third eye. First is the Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtan bhilita lochanaha kramena manasodardhyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. And next we will move on to the Apta Pramana, where in the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan. So the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Natumam shakyase drishtum anhenaiva cha chakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Next, we will see Bhagavan's own experience.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just become so alive. The idea, something is inside.
So we had Bhagwan's own, we had seen Bhagwan's own experience. Now next is the Pratyaksha Pramana. So the scientific experimentation, empirical evidence and scientific experimentations, you can see while the PET, the positron emission tomography was actually, this test was conducted on the Supreme Court of Hinduism. The study measures and comparative metabolic cell activity of the brain, both in the conscious and meditative states were actually recorded. You can see when doing the daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when he was in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain was at peace. Next is the Sakshi Pramana. Now we will be witnessing the live demonstration of the powers of third eye by the Balasins and the Nityananda Yogis. Yes. We'll be right back after a short break, joining with us our Balasins and Nityananda Yogis into this demonstration of
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the total knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityanandam everyone, welcome back. Sorry for the technical glitch. So we will be now moving on to the next understanding the next power, the power of body scanning. So in this power, all the diseases, any illnesses, medically diagnosed issues will be actually literally seen through the third eye, and solutions will be given just by the third eye awakening disciples and the balasans. We will now move on to the Shastra Pramana of the power of body scanning. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next is the Apta Pramana from the scriptural reference. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the most prominent disciples of the Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache, he comes to Agastya for healing. And Agastya uses this power of body scanning, and he identifies the root cause of the headache. So he reveals that there is a small type of frog which is called as Terai sitting in the person's brain, and Agastya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of headache, and thus he gains the name Teraya. And now we have the Atma Pramana. So on the 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. So paraphrasing in his own words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. And we have the Sakshi Pramana. Various devotees across the world have manifested and experienced the power of body scanning. You can see so many people actually blissfully and with deep gratitude writing down their experiences. That is actually projected on the screen. And now we will be moving on to the demonstration of these powers. We have Manitya Yoga Pranananda joining along with us in this power demonstration session. Yes, so we have the Balasans of Nityananda order, Manitya Yoga Pranananda and Manitya Virajananda, who's joining with us. Yes, Ma, you can continue.
Yes. So let us witness the extraordinary power of third eye now with the Balasins of the Nityananda Gurukul. So along with me, I have Manati Virajananda, who is a Balasint of the Nityananda Gurukul, who is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power of third eye to all of you today. So as all of you can see, I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. And you can see that there is a strap which can comfortably strap around Mavarija's head. And this eye band is completely proven that no light can enter this eye band even with the eyes open inside the eye band. So now you will be witnessing this extraordinary power of third eye reading manifested by Manitya Virajananda. So in front of all of you, I'm opening the eye band and I'm placing it on her eyes. Yes, Ma'am Virija, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So now I request all of you to start posting in the YouTube comments. In the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel, you can post any comments you want, and Mahavirija will be reading out your comments live right in front of your eyes. And if you feel that this power of third eye is fake or is a magic or is not real, you yourself can post the comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel, and Mahavirija will be reading it out live in front of your eyes.
So,
Yes, while everyone posts, I'll be explaining how the power of third eye is manifested. So, after the initiation from the avatar himself, after just a simple word, look, or touch from the avatar, anybody, any Balasant, any Nityananda Yogi, any person, anywhere in the world can manifest this extraordinary power of third eye. So, just with the initiation, Mahavirija is able to manifest the power of third eye and is able to read fluently. She is able to read words, letters, pictures, numbers, anything fluently. And Balasants, initiated Balasants, can even read in the dark blindfolded. So it is a very amazing power, not only manifested by the Balasants, manifested by Nityananda Yogis, disciples, devotees, all across the globe. It is just with the initiation. And even all of you can also manifest this power. You might be thinking, how is this power manifested? How just with the Diksha they're able to manifest? It is exactly, example, you have 100 lamps in the room. Even if one lamp is lit, you can light all the other lamps, right? Same thing. Swamiji, the avatar of Paramashiva, the incarnation of Paramashiva, is the little lamp. And he is initiating all of us to manifest the power of third eye and to manifest various other Shaktis of Paramashiva. And the first power you will be witnessing is the power of third eye. Yes, so I request all of you to continue posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel. Mahavirija, you can go ahead and start reading the comments.
so before I start reading the comments, I'd like to show all of you that the eye band which my yoga friends put on me, it's completely glued to my eyes, completely stuck to my eyes. So I'll turn to my right, left, up, down, and all that.
Yes. I request the comment section to be scrolled down a little bit.
Yes, so now I'll start reading. So So now I'll start reading. So all of you who you want
And TV
it's
is
Ma.
there.
Ma is 56.
Yes. So we'll have our own time and then we'll sing a lot and practice. Don't worry. Okay. So I think you can create space for tomorrow itself. 1 hour for Gurukul singing practice. Yes. Yes, you guys can go live. Ma, demo அவங்க ஆல்ரெடி ஸ்கிரீன் காமிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க பாருங்க.
They're projecting us, sir. Get out.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
She went to call already. I'm going to my church. Nobody's done. I want to come back.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
and welcome back to all of the viewers after the power manifestation segment. And many of you had the blessing and opportunity to be able to have your body scanned by the Balasans of Nityananda Gurukul and witness the power demonstration, the demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva, where the Balasans are expressing the power of the third eye, where they're not even using their biological eyes and reading and interacting and seeing literally the whole world through the third eye. It is a absolutely wonderful phenomenon. And not just that, it is possible for each and every one of you to also manifest and express these powers of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates through the darshan and diksha of Devi PARASHAKTI, as well as all the other divine cosmic beings, and through the Nityananda Satsang, and through all the ritualistic sevas, the initiation into manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And at the end of this program, you'll also have a chance to begin manifesting these powers and start playing and start radiating the space of Shakti Nipada, or the space of oneness and feeling deep connection with the Guru and with Paramashiva. Now let us enter into the next segment of today's program, the introduction to Devi PARASHAKTI, the introduction to Akashic reading, and the introduction to how you can ask your questions today if you'd like to. Now, many of you might be wondering, what are Akashic readings exactly? And you might have gone to different types of predictions and different types of horoscopes, astrology, where you have your prediction made. But please understand that the Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is not something like you have experienced before. It is a offering which is far beyond any kind of prediction that anyone can make on your life, because it is an reading from the cosmic archive, directly from what is there and that is there recorded in the archives of past, present, and future. And it is directly a reading from the cosmic archives. Now, what are the cosmic archives? The cosmic archives are a record of everything which has happened, which is happening right now, and what will happen, what is yet to happen. It is everything that all of us have been through, all of our thoughts, words, information, all of the plans that we make and the actions that we take. Everything is recorded in the cosmic archives. And understand that the cosmic archive, the Akashic records, are not in the dimension of time. They are stored in the dimension of space. Many of us are familiar with the dimension of time. Beyond that is the dimension of space. And in the dimension of space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously, meaning that there is no past, no present, and no future. There is no differentiation between all of these things. So everything that has yet to happen, what is already happening, or what has happened already, everything is thus clearly already recorded. And there's no dimension of space. Sorry, there's no dimension of time here. So it is very easy for us to access and read the Akashic record, see in one glimpse the whole thing at a time. So yes, let us now begin this introduction into Devi PARASHAKTI.
Yes. So we'll move on to the next segment about the divine feminine consciousness. And we'll chant the Lita Sahasranama. Sinduraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurat taranaya shekaram smitamuki mapina vakshoruham panibhyamalipurna ratna jasakam रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणा परामम्बिकाम्.
Translation. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, and one hand holding the jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
Arunam karuna tarangitakshi dhrutapashankusha pushpabanachapam animadibhiravrutam ayukairahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim.
Yes, and the English translation. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Animal for rays, and she is the self within me.
Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, PARASHAKTI, is a cosmic mother. It is a cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. PARASHAKTI is the source Shakti, source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, PARASHAKTI is manifesting through the embodied form as Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving good boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
So, in the words of PARASHAKTI herself, praising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Premkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen, people to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Continuing on, PARASHAKTI praising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva. Shiva manifests source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis as Icha, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Yes, so literally, you're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. And she is there in your screen. So let us always receive her very traditionally. So keep two betel leaf, a banana, a betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen and watch Devi. So the coin is considered as the traditional dakshina, and it can be of any lowest value. It can be even 1 paise in Indian money, and it can be even 1 cent in US dollars.
And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti, and after the darshan is over, you can take the betel leaf, betel nut, and banana. After you do namaskaram, take it as prasadam immediately, and you can collect all the coins and send it to the Alay temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut, may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment. that really Parashakti is there, and you will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you to raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior.
Yes, so this is how the tambulam should be arranged: a plate with a betel leaf, one banana, betel nut, and a coin. So we will now be moving on to the next segment.
Now let us understand what are the Akashic records and how can they manifest breakthrough in your life. Yes. Akashic records are records of eternity. Whatever has happened in time is already there as a file, and nothing can be destroyed. Please understand that none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, and will happen. And Akashic records are the verbal, visual, five-dimensional documents. Whatever is happening is getting continuously recorded. All the information you collected from all of your births, from amoeba to the thousands and thousands of births that you have taken until now, is in your DNA. You can access some of these records just to understand and not to waste time doing the same actions again and again. Yeah, the next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. Yes, and like I had already mentioned, the Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. There is no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, stars the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, present, and future. And that is why what you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are clearly already recorded. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, nobody has the right to comment on these readings, nobody has the right to manipulate these readings, and nobody has the right to interpret and comment these readings. They are complete unto themselves, and for anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. They do not need to practice any spiritual practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space and they make you live enlightenment. And in fact, in the next segments, we will be understanding reading the divine revelations of Devi Parashakti as well. As the avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to your questions, to the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver. Yes. So now I'll chant the Shastra Pramana for the Akashic reading. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61 and Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram shabdatma tatchana devi Bhairavam vapurapnuyat. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless, infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds. One should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of infinite space, Bhairava. The next slide, please. The Apta Pramana for the Akashic reading is from the Mahabharata. In the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata narrates the story of the sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in human form and reasons of all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but he was in fact an incarnation of Yamaraj, the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of a so-called Shudra for 100 years, being cursed by Manduka Muni. This is from the Srimad Bhagavatam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that all the information that you collected from all your births is in your DNA, and you can access some of these just to understand and not to waste time doing the same actions again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records, will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, and leading you to experience enlightenment. Paramashivoham. The initiated Balasams can view the Akashic records. However, only an avatar can alter, edit, upgrade, and change the Akashic records. During the Darshan and Dikshas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per the prayer of the devotee. So in summary, the benefits that you can receive from the Akashic reading are absolutely immeasurable. But if I were to summarize in just a few points, what you'll be able to get is the most accurate and unbiased answer to any purpose or any everyday part of your life. You can be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems with just a look or a word. You can understand the reasons behind your life's happenings, receive the blessings to fulfill your life's purpose and your right desires, and get the clarity to redesign your future. So all of this is what you can ask during the Akashic reading, and the benefits, the immense amount of transformation that you will be able to get. Yes, so now that we know this, let us now proceed and understand how we can ask our questions and request our prayers to Devi PARASHAKTI today. It's going to be an amazing experience. Now you can ask your question in any of the live Bhava Samadhi Darshans. Make sure you're asking during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, as in when PARASHAKTI gives the darshan and is giving the Diksha. During that time, you can request your prayer to Devi PARASHAKTI. And not only that, PARASHAKTI has made herself available in all of the social media platforms. So she herself is seeing your question, and with her eyes and her grace, she will decide to answer your question and give you the boons, the blessings, or the guidance you need in order to manifest powerful breakthrough in your life. Yes, so let us understand how you can ask your questions today. Many of you are already watching on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. Please make sure that you are subscribed to our YouTube channel, and further also make sure that you are a member of our YouTube channel. Underneath this video, you can go to Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel to subscribe, or you can go to click the join button in order to join as a member, and then you can go to the chat option and you can ask your question, receive your prayers and blessings for your prayers in the chat of the YouTube live video. Yes, the next slide, please. So the next platform that you are able to ask your questions is Facebook. The live feed is always available on Facebook, and many of you are already watching on Facebook. if you are, please make sure that you are liking and following the official Nityananda Facebook page. Kailasa's SPH Nityananda, SPH JGM Nityananda Paramashivam is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please make sure you're liking and following. And underneath this live video, you can ask your questions as well in the comment section.
So the next is the Twitter. So if you're not a member or not a follower of the Twitter at Sri Nityananda, you can follow Sri Nityananda in the Twitter, official Twitter account. And you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar.
And you also have an option to go to Instagram. Every day a post will be made in order to ask your questions. In the comments of that post, you can ask your question in the comments using also the hashtag AskTheAvatar. Also that you're following the @Sri Nityananda account on Instagram.
And next is if you're not following the Facebook or YouTube or Instagram, you have a beautiful option and asking a question in the WhatsApp chat in the kailasa.org website. So you can search for kailasa.org and ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat and connect with PARASHAKTI and receive blessings directly from PARASHAKTI. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude.
I welcome you all.
உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோரும்
where we'll understand the revelations made by Devi PARASHAKTI and
உத்திரம் கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது.
Yes. So we will now be understanding the translation of Devi's words exactly mapped into English. So Devi has revealed saying, listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this, in 4 types of birds, in more than 8400,000 yonis in all these birds, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. Yes, ma'am. Can unmute yourself. Sorry, ma. Punapriya, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry about that. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama.
And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam. The Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents.
Human birth is uttama uttamam. Sanatana Hindu dharma, human birth is uttama uttamam.
Yes, so everyone who took this uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the signs of living enlightenment and Sanatana dharma.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
So after coming to Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their soul.
Understand and carefully, I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life.
So after getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly, for those who understand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padavi.
For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human is Uttamottama, human birth. Your world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
So those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand.
The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect that Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living.
So after that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced, and seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet.
So let us understand what is the responsibility of Hindus and why we need a Hindu nation.
Yes, so the Hinduism represents the most indigenous, spiritual and open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting the super spiritual powers and inherent divinity of every being.
And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world.
So, reference of the Hindu nations from the ancient Hindu scriptures.
The Hindu nation ruled by Bhagwan Rama, the Ram Rajya, there were no widows to lament, nor there were any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama only. Creating creatures did not kill one another. And this is the description from Valmiki Ramayana.
Yes, again, the Ramayana, Valmiki beautifully says in the Yuddha Kanda People survived for thousands of years, thousands of their progeny, all free of illnesses and grief. The trees, they were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any inquiry, without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste were performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work, and bereft of any greed. So people were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. See, all the people were endowed with excellent characteristics and all were engaged in virtue.
And Yudhishthira's kingdom, Sadeva's on, the world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause to fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. And this is the description from Srimad Mahabharata.
Yes. So what are the contributions of Hindu nations? So Hindu nations had and has so much to contribute to the world in every field. The field of enlightenment, health, the field of medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social system, judicial system, the political system, and the legal system.
So how were Hindu nations actually destroyed?
So if you see, the phase one, destruction of the Hindu civilization by the Islamic invasions between 800 to 1700 AD, the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. So the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during the 800 AD to 1700 AD, and millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period. So million more were raped and murdered and dismembered.
And then the second phase was the Islamic invasions, the first phase continued was that Hindus are like the description from the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus conveyed that Hindus are like the mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for the purpose. God created the Hindus to be slaves for the Mohammedans. The Prophet had ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet.
So you can see the Islamic invasion, literally 200 million were Hindus slaughtered by the Muslim invaders, 100,000 temples were destroyed, and more than 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed just by the invasion of the Mughals.
And then the phase two was the British occupation from 1700 to 1947. The economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization was vast during this time. According to Will Durant, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that the exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but is to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And here you can see the photos from the Bengal famine.
Yes. And the British Empire used all the possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize, demoralize the indigenous people of India, so they would become slaves in their own homeland. So you can see discriminatory laws to instill feelings of the racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve the natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods, and banned the Indians from owning or producing the firearms.
The British came to one of the richest countries of the world, and over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of the third world poverty. And this is a quote from Sashi from the Indian Parliament. And over the course of the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India, with 45 million Hindus put to death due to famines and poverty imposed by the British policies and reprisal killings of the 1857 mutiny, and over 680 native kingdoms usurped by the British Raj.
Yes, and the phase 3 includes a secular India. So the brown phase is British attitudes and policies towards Hindus. So Jawaharlal Nehru, so it says, what a disgusting savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science. So where are they before this black religious savagery? So India can never be a Hindu republic. So this is what exactly was said by Jawaharlal Nehru. And that is where the civilization's destruction started.
And in the phase of secular India, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty and equality and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. And this is the words of the first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution.
And the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize the institutions and the culture.
And the media narratives use stereotypes to demoralize Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex fiends in a manner similar to the British imperial propaganda. And these media narratives are used to shape the human consciousness and further political agendas. Racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, and dishonest, corrupt, are perpetuated by their brown British successors in modern India unabated.
So, the revival of Hindu nation, so how was it possible? And how was it done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism?
So, from the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, during the time of Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, countries, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last one to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all the practicing and aspiring Hindus, a safe haven for all persecuted Hindus.
So this revival of the Hindu nations is for the life of the enlightenment and all the great things it has to offer to the world, and bringing legitimacy to all the offerings, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and sharing it to the whole world is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation.
So the administration of Kailasa will be revived with the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived, as Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamic Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures.
And being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through historical books. So what can we do to stand up for the Hindu civilization and all that it has to offer to the world?
Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's scriptural and cultural heritage is impossible without a Hindu identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism?
Yes. So reclaiming our Hindu identity, that is the only solution to save Hinduism and the Hindus and the destruction of the civilization.
And As many of us know, Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. If you are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family, and have a best mental health, Hinduism is responsible. Hindu identity is responsible. Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which gave us the best mental setup. All the best things we Hindus have, Hindu scriptures are responsible.
And Hindus are the richest and the most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this, and Hindu thought currents are responsible for this.
And not just anti-Hindu elements being active, it is a responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity.
Yes, so what is the responsibility of all the Hindus that we need to be doing?
It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. Revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity.
So inviting all the Hindus, the born Hindus, practicing Hindus, sympathetic towards Hinduism, curious towards Hinduism, who's wanting to explore and enjoy Hinduism, please come and be a part of this huge revival.
And here you come up in Hindu's own words why Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, is needed for humanity.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. Share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world, contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu men system, yogic science, the science of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity and better contribution.
Yes. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment of this program, and we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break. Thank you, everyone. We'll be meeting you in the next segment after a short break.
Nityananda. Now, we'll begin the next segment of today's program on the offerings that you can make to Devi PARASHAKTI. These are beautiful ways that you can understand, deepen the feeling connection that you have with Devi PARASHAKTI. I request the slides to be projected for the offerings that we can make to Devi PARASHAKTI. Yes. Thank you. Understand that offering is giving a gift, a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts, giving and accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only for the purpose of enlightenment. Again, this offering is entirely for the purpose of enlightenment only. And it is such a beautiful way that each and every one of us can deepen our connection to Devi PARASHAKTI.
Yes. So next we'll move on to the Dhyana Shloka from the Manunmani Dhyanam. So, Induni Bhaveda Karavakni Nayanam Syat Pankaja Varabhaya Japaksha Sarayuktam Anga Himabhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tunga Makutojvala Manonmani Swarupam.
Yes. And we can, now the English translation. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands on one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani.
The next Dhyana sloka from the Manonmani Dhyanam, it says, Dhyaya Devim Trinetram Sashiri Bhavadanam Veda Hastam Dadhanam Savye Padmam Varadama Pare Chabayam Chakshamalam Divyaira Bharanai Vibhushita Tanum Brahmadi Vipujitam Devi Meva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamarta Datrim Shubham.
And the English translation once again. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Once again, this is from the Moolagama Manonmani Dhyanam. So let us understand of the divine element gold. Here is a Shastra Pramana from the Atharva Veda.
Yes, so the Shastra Pramana, it says, Treda Judam Janmanedam Hiranyam Agnerakam Priyatamam Bhabuva Somaskai Minisasya Parapatata Apamekam Veda Sambreta Ahustatte Hiramyam Trividaspyatyavase.
Yes, and the translation. Triply born by birth is this gold from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from some Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and power Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Now, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of pure spiritual significance and great spiritual power, of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity.
So gold is present in all the scriptures, like the Vedas, the Agamas, the Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. All Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our very being. So in Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. It was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. Streets would have huge columns, huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were dressed up in gold.
The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. The gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones we love and revere. And even in the Vedic civilization, temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves that enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it literally lasts forever.
Yes. So with that, we'll be moving on to the first offering to Devi PARASHAKTI, the E-Hundi offering. So the Shastra Pramana, it says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
Yes, and the English translation? Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. Now, if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi PARASHAKTI likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So here, in this verse, Shambhavi means the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva, Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Sharada or Devi Saraswati. Charvani means wife of Lord Shiva, and in the Linga Purana, Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadayani means Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. Now, today you can offer gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti, and you will receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti through this e-hundi offering.
The next offering is offering of Sankalpa chanting. The Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12 and verse 34, says, Tayaitan mohyate vishwam saiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta ruddhim prayashyati.
And the English translation, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess being prayed without interest, anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Once again, this is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. Offering the sankalpa or the conscious resolution blesses the person offering with all the fruition and all of the desires and wishes he is yearning for.
And the next offering is offering of Devi Sahasranama Kasu. So the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, it beautifully says, Nam Parayana Prita, with she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a golden coin inscribed with each of these 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. It is available at 3 sizes and 3 denominations, $75, $151, and $251. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, where the Meenakshi Pancharatnam it says, Mukta Hara Lasat Kirita Ruchira Purnendu Vaktra Prabha Shinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidara Padma Prabha Basuram Sarva Bhishta Phala Pradam Girisuta Vani Rabase Vitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunya Varam Nitim.
An English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes, you can offer this Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, and receive the blessings to be showered by the compassion of Devi Meenakshi, Devi Parashakti, and pure love poured into all of your business endeavors. So once again, if you would like to make these offerings, you don't need to wait. You can go ahead to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Padma Pushpa, Swarna Padma Pushpa. And in fact, in the Kamika Agama, it describes that all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So this is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And as you can see, it's there in the Kamika Agama itself, about the golden lotus. And not only the Kamikagama, but there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating with the mudras and asanas used during the worship involve the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and petals, and the lotus and itself is a divine flower. In fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is also called a lotus. And the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. Now, you can offer the golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. In this, just as the lotus in muddy pond water can grow, you will be blessed to have that strength to grow and evolve and in any adverse situation in your life. The next slide, please. Yes, so the next offering is the Swarna Murti, the gold toe ring. This is a very traditional offering of the gold toe ring. It's a traditional piece of jewelry that all Hindu women wear. And it represents, especially with Devi PARASHAKTI, it represents such auspiciousness. And I'll now chant the Shastra Pramana for the Swarna Murti offering. Nakhadidite samchana namajjanatamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the English translation. You whose brightness from toenails destroy this darkness of ignorance from the minds of devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. So you can offer this Swarna Murti offering, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Once again, the link is provided if you want to proceed with the steps to offer this Swarna Murti offering. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, another very traditional piece of jewelry which is offered at the feet of Devi PARASHAKTI, and she can wear it on her hairline. Now understand, the Mangtika actually represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And in the scriptures, Devi PARASHAKTI is referred as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all the nerves from Sahasrara Chakra, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Sahasrara Chakra is actually the 1,000-petal lotus sitting on top of the crown of the head. And so when that is open and the nectar is flowing from that, that is represented by the Mangtika. So you can offer this Mangtika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. Yes. The next offering is one very exciting offering, especially now that it is Guru Purnima season. It is the festival of Guru Purnima. In just one day, we will be starting the Brahmotsavam, the 10-day festival for the Guru Purnima. And this time it'll be extremely celebratory, celebrating the presence of Guru in each and every one of our lives. So we can celebrate that the presence of Guru, the avatar in our lives, through the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. I'll just chant first the pramana for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjanatamo guna padadvala pradbajala parakrita saroruha. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. In Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness, and in the Stotram, Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offering this Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a beautiful way for you to offer your gratitude at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you will be showered with the blessings and all auspiciousness in your life. Especially now make sure that you are offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the Guru Purnima day, which is July 23rd. You can start planning in some way, some form that the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is offered on your behalf to Devi PARASHAKTI, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Guru Purnima day. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Vastra Seva. The Vastra Seva is a sacred adornment, the sacred cloth offered at the feet of Devi PARASHAKTI. This is another offering that you can make and offer to receive the blessings of Devi PARASHAKTI. And in summary, we have a list of offerings of everything that you can make today. You have the Eve Hundi offering, which you can make for any amount of money and any donation that you feel that you can make today. The Sankalpa chanting, Devi Sahasranama Kastu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So now, if you are ready and you would like to go to the next step, or you're feeling that sincere inspiration, sincere sacred sentiment to offer at the feet of Devi PARASHAKTI one of these offerings, let us just take you through the steps that you can make next. So if you are either in two categories, one, you are ready to offer today and you would like to proceed with the next steps for your payment and fulfilling that payment, or if you have an intention to offer, understand that even if you have the intention, perhaps you may not be ready yet, but you want to offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja or any of the offerings that are available today for you to offer. If you have that intention, you can start working towards manifesting that. Now, if you have that intention, you can fill out the registration form. And this might be if you are interested in offering, or you need help in manifesting this offering, or you simply would like more details. Go ahead to tiny.cc/Bhavasamadhi and fill out the registration form in order to register for any of these offerings and make your intention today. And if you are ready to make the payment, then you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings and proceed with the payment step. After the payment is completed, make sure that you're filling out the Sankalpa 2021 form. So now we will go through a brief walkthrough of how you can make the payment. Yes, so we have this ready. As you can see, this is the link for payment. You can select the offering that you want to make today and then add it to the cart. And after you press add to the cart, you'll proceed to the next page. And here you can click proceed to checkout. And then you fill out your billing details, your payment details, and go ahead and submit your payment today. The next step is to ensure that you are filling out the Sankalpa names form. So this asks for your name and your family members' names and different items that are required in order to make the offering happen, and so that all of the blessings, the auspiciousness from the offering, from the ritual, is bestowed upon you. The next option we have here is also the YouTube Super Chat. So this is an option that you can do if you'd like to make the e-hundi offering. Or the next step is to ensure that you are filling out the Sankalpa names form. So this asks for your So you can go to the option, you have to be a member, so make sure that you are joined as a member. And you can go to the option Super Chat as is shown here. And then once you click on that, you will go through the next steps for payments, and for either you can pay through credit card or PayPal for making just any donation that you want today. So this Super Chat option is a really perfect way, easy way for you to donate if you want and offer your gratitude for the divine presence presence in your life today. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. I encourage each and every one of the viewers who are watching, ensure that in some way or form you can offer these offerings at the feet of Devi PARASHAKTI. Now, whether it is the offerings of gold or the Pratyaksha Pada Puja or the Vastra Seva, every single offering is such a unique to deep connection with the Mother and through the form of the Hinduism. Understand as Devi PARASHAKTI is not a joke. And in fact, that in March of this year, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did an intense fast. The 35-day Pache Patani fast, Pache Patani Vratam fast, which is an intense, prayerful fast that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led for 35 days. It was, and not only that, people from all over the world had also been participating, following in the lead of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was doing this extremely intense fast for healing the world from coronavirus. And it was for healing the world from coronavirus, the impending attack and the extremely overwhelming number of deaths that are happening in India and all over the world from the second and third wave of coronavirus. And not only that, in so many different ways, the effects of the COVID pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had taken up this fast in order to ensure that in order to ensure that the whole world is healed and so much of positive spiritual energy is brought down, is manifested into the world. And immediately after that 35-day fast, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began manifesting as Devi PARASHAKTI. It was such a beautiful way that after this 35-day fast, actually in the Vedic tradition, the Pache Patani Vratam is a traditional penance and fast taken up by MAHAMAARI Amman, and is traditionally overseen as a ritualistic offering as a traditional fast in the Samayapuram Mariamman temple. And Mariamman is the Kula Devata of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well, meaning it is the traditional community goddess, community god for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So having this sacred sentiment, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had taken up this extremely powerful fast, and immediately after which Devi PARASHAKTI herself began manifesting for the whole world every single day since then, answering questions and giving boons for people. And we've seen even on NTV how Devi PARASHAKTI has literally transformed the lives of so many people, has literally manifested in so many different ways in the lives of those who are devoted to her, those who declare just out of their simple integrity and simple devotion that they will be devoted to her. Now, we have seen how people have manifested wealth, people have manifested health and longevity and good health in their life, how people have manifested long-lasting relationships. And we've also seen how Devi PARASHAKTI has given the guidance for beginning for so many people on what next to do in them. We understand, of course, that there's so many people who have different various forms of crises in their life, especially in these extremely dark and intense times where we are seeing extreme amounts of deadly disease and pandemics, even pandemics within pandemics. We're seeing so much of social upheaval, crisis, and so much of instability in different authorities and different institutions. We're seeing the failure of the health institution across the world in curbing and protecting the people from the coronavirus pandemic. And across the world, just desperation to seek protection, desperation to ultimately save your life, even at the very basic level And we have seen how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has opened up the Kailasa COVID care centers, a very beautiful way that he has ensured and given the protection for all human beings, for anyone who needs it at this time. And without discrimination against any caste, creed, religion, any gender, anything, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa for the Kailasa COVID care centers. And in these centers, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously 24/7 ensuring the multi-layer quarantine is established, as well each and every person inside is protected, is given so many supplements even to boost the immunity, the Ayurvedic supplements to boost immunity and protect each and every one. Not only that, ensuring that each and every one is nurtured, fed properly, and taking care of them entirely. Honestly, it's one of the most compassionate and nurturing movements and initiatives that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken up. It's such a beautiful way that we've seen the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the public even in this extreme amount of time of insecurity that we're facing in the outside. So we'll now be entering into the next segment of today's program, where the Adi Kailasha Sarvagnapeetham administrators will be giving us the update from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham and all the Kailasa COVID care centers in India. So once again, thank you for joining us for this program, and we'll be moving on to the next segments of today's program, and we'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvagnapeethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam, dear viewers, next segment is going to be about Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for COVID care protection in India. Now let us look into the revelations to the world by Devi PARASHAKTI on 12th of May, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, manifesting as Devi PARASHAKTI, revealed that India is the biggest land where enlightened beings happen again and again, flower as the enlightened beings, and benefit the entire world. We cannot afford to lose only Bharadam. We cannot lose the enlightenment womb. In order to save the cosmos from the cosmic deluge, I built a ship called the Adi Kailasa. In order to protect the humanity from the cosmic deluge, I gathered together all the spiritual energy of the cosmos and built the ship called Adi Kailasa. Due to the cunning strategy of the treacherous people and ruling of the enemies, the captain of the ship itself had to leave the ship. Now, let us all come and take a good bath, get protected, and get healed, and get all the benefits. Make use of the ship which I built out of huge grace and compassion, and protect yourselves from the huge cosmic deluding destructive dance. For India, I made the ship as protection. The Nityananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for help. Navapashana, water feast and medicine to get the health and protection and enlightenment. For all of them, give Annadan. To protect India from the great destruction, I, PARASHAKTI, made this huge ship. Even if the captain of the ship is not there, ship is there. At least 6 months back, I became aware that the multi-layered quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and if you want to protect your immediate family or the extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. So what we have seen now is a revelation by the Devi PARASHAKTI, manifesting through the Nirjavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, revealing that the only solution for the world to protect themselves from COVID-19 is to protect themselves by coming to our campuses, the de facto spiritual embassies, where the Bhusparsha, the Sparsha of the avatar, where his footprints has landed on these places and specific places in this earth. When you come there and protect, and this is the only way to save yourself from this ongoing pandemic. So now, if you look at the deaths, where we are at the coronavirus live updates, 80,834 new COVID cases in India and 3,000 deaths in last 24 hours. Maharashtra sees over 10,000 cases, 483 deaths. Mumbai reports about 700 less infections. Karnataka, Bangalore live updates, where you can see that state reports 7,810 fresh cases, 1,300 cases from Bangalore urban alone. Coronavirus highlights 462 black fungus infections in Bihar, and so far 76 deaths due to black fungus infection. Black fungal infections are the secondary infections. So once you are recovered from COVID, or if you are vaccinated for COVAX, for COVID-19, then you are prone to secondary infections, and these infections cause deadly deaths. The center refutes that the economic report on the underreporting deaths calls it as a misinformed, but we know the truth. Many people from different sources have always come forward and told that there is a lot of underreporting of the deaths that is involved by the government due to various reasons. Black fungal infection has killed over 2,100 people in last 3 weeks. The cases grew 150% to 31,000 people. The doctors at Patna Hospital remove cricket ball-sized black fungus from brain of 60-year-old man. COVID diabetes link leading to black fungus, feel experts. COVID-19 directly affects the beta cells of the pancreas, due to which the sugar level of the patient skyrockets. The coronavirus directly damages the beta cells, which causes hyperglycemia. In addition to this, cytokines storm caused by the COVID-19 and the steroid used for the treatment also contribute to the increased sugar levels. Dr. Sanjay Barada from the Department of Endocrinology says that COVID-19 directly affects the beta cells of the pancreas. So when the first world countries close their borders due to massive global emergency, it is Kailasa who has opened its door to one and all without exception. It is the grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to open his home for one and all unconditionally, free food, free education, free accommodation, free medical care facilities, free internet services. You can work from home. You can do everything that you wish to. And more than anything else, you are going to experience the superconscious breakthrough by being in this Punya Kshetra, the Adikaya Sanityan Sarvanga Pita. So it is a fantastic opportunity for one and all to feel protected in this ongoing pandemic. So we welcome you all to this de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa and feel protected during this ongoing emergency. The free COVID care protection centers that are opened across India includes Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Sorry for the technical glitch. So the Kailasa rushes to help as the India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. So in addition to the multiple free COVID care centers that are open in India, there are number of social services, spiritual services that are being offered in these de facto spiritual embassies. And more than anything else, the cosmic revelations by Devi PARASHAKTI on the global pandemic. On just few minutes before, we saw how the governments are not able to report the actual stats for various reasons. But on the other hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, manifesting as the Devi PARASHAKTI, preparing the humanity on what are the next steps. How do you prepare yourself? How do you protect yourself from this ongoing pandemic? What are the different steps that you need to do medically, spiritually, and physically for you to protect yourselves from the ongoing pandemic? He is continuously preparing the humanity, making them enabled, empowered on this global emergency situation. The number of social services that are offered during the pandemic in these de facto spiritual embassies across India includes the medical care, infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people, emergency ambulances, personal protective medical equipments, food security management through food banks, organic farming, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, etc. So we welcome one and all to this amazing opportunity to be part of this COVID Care Protection Center and evolve yourself spiritually and feel protected in this ongoing pandemic. So let's take a few minutes to register yourself in kailasa.org/kailasacare, kailasa.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes for you to register in this link, kailasa.org/kailasacare. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
好，这里呢，我们可以看到这个开拉萨，他给出的这个全球的服务，一个就是 Saffron，这个。
Humanitarian service
这里呢，就是大师讲啊，就是说希望全世界的居民都能够成为开拉萨的居民，让全球的人都能够知道，这个印度教它有伟大的东西可以贡献给人类，贡献给世界，这是一个宣传片。电子凯拉萨，它是一个给出的一个灵性服务，帮助你来根除你的这个根源的痛苦的根源模式的这样子一个地方。我们有这样一个非常好的这样的科学，可以就是说能够帮助所有的个人呢，还有说来自于不同的背景的宗教啊或者国家的人群的。这里呢，大家可以申请凯拉萨电子护照，这是免费申请的。好，这里就是讲的凯拉萨的，它是关于给出全球服务的，这个网页，这个 saffron 就是潘红花藏红花。这里它讲的是，主要是给予这个世界和平，还有冲突性的解决，还有宗教自由的，这样子的一个服务。它是用藏红花saffron 来表示。这里我们看到的呢，图片上看到的是印度的Tilina Namalai 这个地方，这个神圣的地方，这个村庄的图片。还有现在呢是红色的一个服务项目，它这个服务呢是针对饥饿，还有天灾人祸这种世界性的，这个是来消除世界饥饿的这样子的一个目的的一个活动。这里呢提供的是食物的服务。这里我们可以看到大师他亲自在做给这种免费的这些食物给人们。后面呢，这个是蓝色的这样子的一个项目，它是为了这个牛啊，还有这些动物的权利，然后阻止就是对动物的残暴的这些给这个动物权利的这样子的一个服务项目。下面是白色的白色的 Om 是白色的，就是另外一个项目用白色来表示的，它是来给大家进行心理上的一个疗愈，心灵上的疗愈，它是通过一些冥想啊，还有诸如此类的进行一个达到一个超意识突破的一个项目。现在是黄色， 黄色它给予的就是关于瑜伽、阿育吠陀这个医药疗理，还有包括可以去图书馆获得知识这是关于这个方面的一个项目。现在呢是绿色绿色呢，它是来表示绿色的这个项目表示的是我们要来保护我们的环境，就是比如说做有机的水果、蔬菜、谷物，就是说粮食的种植。这个也是在这个大师亲自这样领导下的。还有一个卡伊拉斯呢，它还有一个健康部门。这里呢，就是通过一些神奇的这些药草是来自西达传统的，给所有的因为这个新冠病毒所造成的这些难民一样的就是提供给他们的来保护他们，来预防做这个多重隔离的设施保护用的。所以呢，我们这里呢下面这个图片我们可以看到它有不同的这些药草第一个比方说加里叶子芒果叶子、neem苦楝叶子、dulva 也就是不同的草还有 bilva 就是柠檬叶子，这个 jasmine 就是那个叫什么等一下就是它大家可以看到这里还比方说还有一些粗糖还有无花果叶子还有生姜叶子，就是说有很多不同的就是叶子果实的叶子混合而成的，然后呢就是作为一个健康的草药。这里呢它讲的是加里叶子，这个加里呢它是有咖喱它就是有它的一个医疗效果的，它可以帮我们消化，能够帮我们清洁胃和肠道，能够阻止这个癌症细胞的生长，可以增加头发长长，可以增加血红细胞，可以增加这个血红素的水平。好，现在在讲的是后面呢，这个就是芒果叶子的功能，它会停止你呕吐，停止你就是说觉得恶心的这种感觉，可以终止你就是打嗝，然后增加你的免疫系统。苦楝叶子就是大师说早上要么喝的，它可以解决所有的消化问题。好，他现在过得很快他现在写的是 dulva 草，它是可以提高我们的免疫能力，帮助我们的不同的这个循环系统，增加我们的骨硬度，增加寿命，疗愈和这个泌尿系统相关的问题。后面的这个叶子呢，就是帮助我们保持这个血压和血糖水平的。还有这个 bilba 叶子，就是早上做供奉的这个 bilba 叶子，它可以疗愈我们发烧，就是提高，就是说解除眼睛上的问题。还有就是柠檬叶子，可以帮我们消除所有的和泌尿系统相关的问题，疗愈 皮肤的疾病，还有牙痛，增强心脏的力量，就是减肥。这个是想不起来，就是下面这个叶子呢，它就说提高我们的呼吸相关的问题，然后疗愈所有的肺和胃相关的问题，然后疗愈这个发烧还有肠道里的蛔虫。刚才讲的呢是这个茉莉花的叶子啊，然后现在讲的是他现在讲的是藏园林叶子，它就是帮助减少就是减肥然后还有消化系统，保持血糖的平稳停止，还有现在是 Tulsi 叶子，就是疗愈那种就是那种发烧，然后解决肾结石的问题，然后可以清除掉肾结石，还有身体里的那些有毒的液体，然后清除掉胃和嘴巴里的问题。现在这个叶子它是疗愈眼睛的。现在呢，这个叶子呢是祛寒的，然后停止失去任何的疗愈这个牙痛之类的，然后可以阻止癌症。这是pomegranate leaf。现在呢，这个呢是帮你疗愈这个停止，就是说流鼻涕啊，疗愈你的伤口，然后降低就是说身体的热，然后让你头发更加健康。阿替叶子它是保持水这个糖的平衡，去除这个胆固醇，去除这个溃疡帮助消化。生姜帮助呕吐，不是停止帮助呕吐，然后移除掉这个去除头疼，阻止这个癌症，去除任何的关于跟呕吐相关的问题，然后帮助消化，然后增加头发的增长。阿姆拉它也是去除你的内在的那些气还有帮助你消化。所以呢，大家呢，就是前面讲的这几个草药你们哪怕就说使用其中的一种都是可以帮助你们提高你们的免疫强度的。所以呢，请大家就是说要保护自己，就是把自己隔离好然后使用这些尽可能的就是使用这些刚才前面讲到的这些不同的叶子或者说药草，然后每天呢都做这个灵性的修行。大家呢也可以去登记就是说你们想要去，比方说你想要去一些这个新冠保护的这些有一些中心的，大家也可以在网上的这个网站上去链接打开这个链接去报名去登记。登记的这个地方呢就是蓝色的就是上面的第3行蓝色的这一行，你们去打开，然后就可以在上面报名。 现在呢是给大家几分钟时间去登记报名。如果你们想要去任何一个这些来防御新冠病毒这样中心的话，我现在再给大家时间去报名。
All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your
What?
Yes, Nityanandam, thank you for joining with us back. So next we are going to watch a very interesting video. So we have seen that on 12th of May 2021, Devi PARASHAKTI has revealed that the only solution for the humanity to protect themselves from ongoing pandemic is to dip themselves in the Navapashana, Nityananda Vaidyasarovar Lingam, Ananda Lingam in Vaidyasarovar in Adi Kailasa. That is the only solution, only alchemy that Paramashiva himself has made 12 years before and made it prepared for the humanity, for us to get protected from this ongoing pandemic. So now what we're going, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji has prepared the sacred concoction. The Navapashana Lingam is made of the sacred concoction, and that has got immense healing properties. So, which is getting ripened with this used as a solution for the whole of the humanity to get benefited. So what we are going to watch is a video from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he is actually preparing the
好，现在呢，我们要看一个录像。 好，现在呢，我们关于是这个建筑物啊，就是这是关于就是多重隔离啊，他们现在在做的一些建筑，这里在做的一些保护这些环境啊，还有他这个部门在做的事情。这是关于这个艺术大学尼西亚南达这样子神圣的艺术大学这里讲行动。就是说它这里的建筑物呢也是有特别的，就是直接由大师这样子领导的，有一个特别的，有它的这个建筑的这个式样，就是还有很多的这种保护的这个内涵在里面的。现在呢，我们看到的是阿迪凯拉萨的他的这个房屋部门的他们现在在做的地方。那么参加人呢，这是所有的这些参加者他们不光就是说建造这房屋，他们也会同时也在做这些瑜伽，然后听开示，然后做铺讲，也是同时参与这些灵性修行活动的。这现在在做的是早上的他们的常规的事情。就是这是所有的在这个开悟的路上要在寻道的人们就是要做的这些最基本的灵性的每天的灵性的这些功课。然后大家看到这里就是他们在如何在修剪这些树丛。这里呢，是因为就是大师为了就是保护大家，就是来这个防止这个新冠病毒所以说他开放了他的寺庙里的这些空间房屋给大家去那里去做多重隔离然后保护自己。 这地方他讲的是有一位病患者，他是在10多年了，他眼睛只能看到5%的可视度，结果在半个小时之前，大师呢就是疗愈了他所以说这是一个这位女士的她的一个关于她的这个视觉恢复的一个分享。
नित्यानन्दं परमसुगदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranams to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world for Uttamottama Seva program from Paramashiva offered from the Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasha Sarvajna Peetam. In the hours before we are graced with the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Paramashiva himself. This is the most opportune time for us to prepare ourselves, our body and our mind towards. For those of you tuning in for the first time to Kailasha's Nityananda TV, welcome to the official TV programming for Sri Kailasha, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. Sri Kailasha is a Hindu nation revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, which serves millions with a simple and powerful way to experience and live enlightenment. Nityananda Paramashivam is the reviver of Kailasha, the ancient enlightened civilization and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff and coronated as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based universities for humanity. Sovereign Order of Kailasha, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Nityananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nityananda Hindu University is the world's largest university with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and the 64 sacred arts and sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and the present emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. And to explore the more videos, you can visit Kailasha's Nityananda YouTube channel. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela of his life for each and every one of us to be part. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had taken this physical form and came down from Kailasha itself. Now that he is here, we can celebrate his happening on planet Earth and spread the message of Sri Kailasha. We invite all the viewers to share this link with all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. As we continue into the Uttamottama Seva introduction and prepared for the pre-satsang leading to Swamiji's satsang, let us do whatever we can to reach this message to one and all. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Goddess Lakshmi. The Uttamottama Seva is a Vedic ritual straight from the source, from the Agamas. Uttamottama means the best of the best, and Seva is offering. This is the ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us in thousandfold, many millionfold, and Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains or knowledge or skill or people, everything. Uttamottama Seva is an intricate ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that come from the best of the best that is offered in Vedic tradition, from the instruments to the offering of food that should be offered to Paramashiva, the various types of dance and the way it is danced, The Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. During this Seva, we offer Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Archanam, Dupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, Aratrikam, Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Gruhya Sutram, Agama Stotram, Dravida Vedam, Nityam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, and Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva. He has given these to us. Offering them back at his feet is what we do during this Seva, whereby we experience the intense Shakti Nipata and Advaita oneness with him, and as a result, we live the state, radiate the space, and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And also, since it is Agama Vidhi, Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during this Seva. The best of the food offered as Naivedyam, the best movement a body can take offered as dance, Nitya Seva, the best of sound offered as music, Sangeeta Seva, and the best of consciousness offered as power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Goddess Lakshmi. The word Lakshmi comes from the Sanskrit language word Lakshya, that means aim or goal. And Mahalakshmi is the goddess of wealth, prosperity, each material and religious. As a female counterpart of Mahavishnu, Mahalakshmi is also called Shri, the female energy of the Supreme Being. She is the goddess of prosperity, wealth, purity, generosity, and the embodiment of beauty and grace. The story of Mahalakshmi has a profound importance in Hinduism, which is reflected in the ancient scriptures. The story begins with a meeting between sage Durvasa and Lord Indra, the king of the gods. Sage Durvasa, with a lot of respect, offers a garland of flowers to Lord Indra. Lord Indra takes the flowers and places it on the forehead of his elephant Airavat. The elephant Airavat takes the garland and throws it down on the earth. The chief of sages, Durvasa, gets angry at this disrespectful treatment of his gift, says to the king of gods, "You have an inflated ego, and in your arrogance, you have not respected the garland, which was the dwelling of the goddess of fortune." Sage Durvasa curses Lord Indra that his kingdom will also be ruined like he has thrown the garland onto the ground in his excessive pride, since Lord Indra has not bowed in front of him. Sage Durvasa walks away and Indra returns in his capital Amaravati. The changes in the Amaravati started to take place following Durvasa's curse. The gods and the people lose their vigor and energy. All the vegetable products and plants start dying. Men start doing charity. Minds become corrupted. People start engaging in ultimate sensory pleasures, and men and women start getting excited by objects. Everyone's desire becomes uncontrollable. With the Devas getting weak in Amaravati, the demons invaded the Devas and defeated them. This is the reason the Devas and demons reside in us and are a representative of the good and evil within us. After being defeated, the Devas went to Lord Vishnu, who suggested the churning of the ocean to restore the power back to the devas by providing them with the amrit that would make them immortal. This is how the churning of the ocean began. The churning is symbolized by the literal tug of war between the devas and demons in the story. From this churning, goddess Lakshmi rises out of the waves, seated in a full-blown lotus. The goddess Lakshmi chooses Mahavishnu as her master and thus chooses the devas over the demons. The devas get their power back and fight the asuras, the demons, again and prevail over them. The first lesson in the story is that goddess Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, forsakes even the devas if they become arrogant. Goddess Lakshmi is not only about material wealth. When the goddess of fortune gets displeased, it leads to an inability to perform good work, lack of energy, hunger, poverty, lack of mental peace, lack of willpower, and a meaningless life. The first lesson in the story is that Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, forsakes even the devas if they become arrogant. Goddess Lakshmi is not only about material wealth. When the goddess of fortune is displeased, it leads to inability to perform good work, lack of energy, hunger, poverty, lack of mental peace, lack of willpower, and lead a meaningless life. The another story is connected to goddess Mahalakshmi with the famous temple at Tirupati, Tirumala Tirupati Devalayam. It also relates to Hindu ideas of commitment in marriage. Following an argument with Lord Vishnu, goddess Lakshmi left her heavenly abode, Vaikunta, and came down to the planet Earth. She stayed in a hermitage on the banks of the river Godavari. Missing his beloved, Lord Vishnu went in search for her and came to the Earth planet. Ultimately, his quest brought him to the Sheshadri hills, where she stopped to rest in an anthill. Upset by the separation between Vishnu and Lakshmi, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva decided to intervene and, adopting the guises of cow and calf, went to live within the palace grounds of local king. The cowherd took the cow and calf every day to graze in the Seshadri hills, where the cow would secretly visit the anthill in which Vishnu was living. Emptying her milk, the cow would then return to the palace. The cowherd was angry as cow never yielded any milk to him. He watched her movements carefully and his observations led him to the anthill. In trying to ascertain what lay beneath the anthill, he struck it with an axe, injuring Vishnu on the forehead. In search of herbs to heal the world, Lord Vishnu wandered far and wide. His wanderings brought him to the shrine of Sri Varahaswami, the third incarnation of Vishnu, as above. Here he sought permission to stay, but Varahaswami wanted a rental to be paid. Vishnu pleaded that he was poor now and needed a rent-free accommodation. To reciprocate this gesture of goodwill, he offered to tell his devotees to worship Varahaswami before they worshipped him. Varahaswami agreed, and Vishnu built a hermitage and lived there, served by a devotee, Vakula Devi, who looked after him as would a mother. In a nearby kingdom ruled King Akasha Raja, a childless for many years. He had one day found a beautiful baby girl sleeping within a golden box. When he found while plunging, he had named her Padmavati. A beautiful and accomplished girl, Padmavati had been granted a boon in her earlier birth that she would be married to Lord Vishnu. One day, Vishnu, who had been renamed Srinivas by his foster mother, went hunting in the forest. His wandering led him to a garden with a beautiful pond. Srinivasa was thirsty and tired. After drinking from the pond, he rested in the shade of a tree. Soon he was roused by the soft singing of Padmavati, who was dancing in the garden with her companions. Srinivasa was stunned by her beauty and attracted to her. She too seems to be drawn to him, but the angry attendants, thinking the boy a mere hunter, drove him away. Depressed and unhappy, Srinivasa poured out his troubles to his foster mother. Now, for the first time, he revealed to her who he really was and also told her the story of Padmavati. In the meanwhile, Padmavati was dreaming of Srinivasa. She had no idea who he really was and knew that her parents would consent to her marriage to a hunter. Srinivasa urged Vakula Devi to approach Padmavati's father, Akasha Raja, with the marriage proposal. In the meanwhile, he disguised himself as a soothsayer and went to the court of Akasha Raja. There he assured Padmavati that the hunter she had fallen in love was no ordinary man but the Lord himself, and assured her that her worries would soon be over. Padmavati too poured out her heart to her parents. At about the same time, Vakula Devi arrived with the marriage proposal. After consulting with the sages, Akasha Raja accepted the proposal and invited Srinivasa to attend the wedding on Friday, the 10th day of month of Vaishakhi. Srinivasa now had arrangements to make. He sought loan of a huge amount of coins of gold from Kubera, the treasurer of the demigods. He requested Vishwakarma, the divine architect, to construct heavenly surroundings in the Sheshadri hills. The day of the wedding arrived. Lord Srinivasa was bathed in holy waters and dressed in jeweled ornaments before the royal groom, befitting a royal groom. Then he set off in a procession for the court of Akasha Raja. There Padmavati waited, radiant in her beauty. Srinivasa was hailed within an anti-arti ceremony and led to the marriage hall. There was a king and queen. There the king and queen washed his feet while sage Vasishtha chanted the Vedic mantras. Soon the wedding was over and it was time for Padmavati to take leave of her parents. Together they lived for all eternity, and goddess Lakshmi, understanding the commitment of Lord Vishnu, chose to live in his heart forever. Tirupati today stands as a special place commemorating the marriage between the Vishnu and Lakshmi. Every day, a special festival celebrates the divine union. Even today, during the Brahmosam at the temple, turmeric, kumkum, and a sari are sent from the temple to Tiruchanur, the abode of Padmavati. In the light of this background, it has become the favored destination of many newlywed couples who pray for a happy wedding, the wedding like that of Srinivasa and Padmavati. Mahalakshmi is the energy of Mahavishnu. With 4 hands signify her power to grant the 4 Purusharthas of Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. Mahalakshmi is the goddess of beauty, wealth and fertility. Mahalakshmi manifests in 8 different ways. This concept of goddess Lakshmi in her 8-fold form is referred to as the Ashtalakshmi. Goddess Lakshmi is worshipped in 8 aspects such as Vijaya Lakshmi for success, Gaja Lakshmi for strength, mobility, Dhana Lakshmi for health, and Mahalakshmi for liberation. Thus, Lakshmi is vested with powers of fulfilling the entire gamut of desires from the mundane to spiritual of a sincere devotee. Mahalakshmi is also considered the mother of the universe when it comes to providing wealth in its 16 forms: knowledge, intelligence, strength, valor, beauty, victory, fame, ambition, morality, gold in other forms of wealth, like food grains, bliss, happiness, health, longevity, and virtuous offspring. The 8 forms of Ashtalakshmi, through their individual nature, are believed to fulfill these human necessities and desires. Today, our Gurukul Balasans are offering Uttamottama Seva to Goddess Lakshmi. So let's all stay tuned to enjoy this Uttamottama Seva to Goddess Lakshmi by our Gurukul Balasan and receive the Goddess Mahalakshmi's blessings and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Thank you so much, Nityanandam.
Ten years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery, which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. Colors and vision through my right eye. Ten years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery, which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery, which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I'm looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years, colors and vision through my right eye.
Indian populace. What we are seeing is the glimpses of Adi Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine facilities. And the participants also perform the spiritual routine that includes the yoga, puja, and the satsang. The more glimpses from the members in the Grihastha campus enrolled in the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Initiative as they enter into day 14 of the morning spiritual routine in the enlightenment ecosystem of Adi Kailasa. The morning spiritual routine makes up the first 5 hours of anyone's day. Is one of the most fundamental and vital practice for any seeker, anyone on the path of achieving enlightenment. So here are the glimpses from the Kailasa Department of Housing working on the Chit Sabha in Adi Kailasa, being cleaned and prepared by the first batch of members enrolled in Adi Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Initiative for all the new
filled to the brim about gratitude of the devotees, disciples on what Bhagavan has done for them. The immense compassion just showered on every single being and their family. And in return, what the world has given back to Bhagavan, let us wait and see in the upcoming segment. Thank you, Nityananda.
Thank you, Ma, Nityananda.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nityanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us for this Devi PARASHAKTI Akashic reading program. In the previous segment, we had just been able to have a one-on-one discussion, conversation with the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham administrators and the people, the residents of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham during this Kailasa COVID care multi-layer quarantine that is being offered from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham. And it was such a beautiful interview and beautiful sharings from two of the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham who are sharing how much of benefit they feel, how much of relief and peace they feel, entirely protected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while so much is going on in India. Now, I know that each and every one of us are eagerly awaiting the divine darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at 9 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time. I'm sure that each and every one of you is literally waiting with your heart pacing and waiting, sitting straight and listening eagerly to as we are coming closer to the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, we'd like to take a few minutes during today's program and continuing on the series that we have been presenting on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This month in July, we are observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, and it being the month of Guru Purnima festival as well, each and every one of us is also remembering the value, the immense impact, influence, and transformation that Guru brings into our life. And we're seeing how every single day, how Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is continuously guiding us, protecting us. Just 2 weeks back, we had the beautiful news that we heard that finally, after 2 decades of this ongoing persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had, due to his hard work and insistence that the international audience see the truth about what is going on against Hindus worldwide, finally we have been able to see that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us now begin this next segment on understanding the Hindu Holocaust and the persecution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone. And for each and every one of you, I request your deep listening and a few minutes of your time also to share the link in the scroll below. This scroll has the link for where the United Nations, the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, has listed Kailasa Union, has listed Kailash, Adi Kailasa as one of the persecuted communities officially recognized, and also recognized for the denial of rights against women of Kailasa. So please do take a few minutes and share this with everyone that you know, not only with your family and friends, but also with people who may have a little bit more influence and a more understanding of this situation at hand, and who can bring the story, this untold story, history of the Hindu Holocaust to the whole world, and can bring make this platform a little bit more effective and recognized as the voice of Hinduism. With the contribution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for Hinduism being recognized by thousands of esteemed Hindu leaders, he is already recognized and revered as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and as well the last hope for Hinduism. So anything, the persecution done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the persecution that has been ongoing against Hinduism itself. And as we see here, even though the world persecuted him, he only kept enriching. He only remained committed to his mission of bringing healing energy and superconscious energy to the entire world. These are a few of the articles that are done, that were published from the 24th of April, 2010. The next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. So please take a few minutes and share the link for the UN report, where the UN has recognized the persecution ongoing against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Also, in our Facebook page, in the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Kailasa's SPH JGM HDH Nityananda Paramashivam on Facebook, you'll see the official pinned post is on this extremely amazing news, and we'll be able to see exactly this. Yes. Now, as we saw, participants of the even 21-day inner awakening program saw 1,300% increase in their energy levels, and this was recorded during the inner awakening program, which is a 21-day residential transformational spiritual program. And during this, we had seen how during these programs, we had seen so many different participants share their powerful experiences of what happened during this program. So in the following video, I request the NTV to project the video that we just had. In this video, we'll be able to see some of the very profound sharings of some of the participants of the Inner Awakening program. And you'll be able to see for your own, in front of your own eyes, how this has literally made a breakthrough happen. as you can see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through these programs where we experience the powerful cognitions from the sacred Hindu scriptures revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it has brought breakthrough in the lives of so many millions of people, and even healed paralysis, even healed so many years of depression and anxiety. And as you saw in this video, it's even helped children transcend their autistic tendencies or autism itself. And through even Sri Kailasa United Nations for healing autism and so many other global initiatives that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has started, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought the Hindu scriptures, the Hindu solutions for extreme situations and extremely personal conflicts, such as even healing with your own body, to the whole world. The next slide. And we have another video, sharing by a participant from the Inner Awakening program. Yes, moving on to the next slide. It seems we had an issue with the audio. If the volunteer can also share sound, I think that will solve the issue. Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll just be right back with you after a few minutes. As each and every one of you had seen, even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been persecuted in every single direction, whether it is more than 120 cases, false cases had baseless allegations and absolutely no evidence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being filed against him, or over 70 assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Or if we are seeing the attacks against the property, the ancient heritage and the ancient kingdoms that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived and protected, if we're seeing the brutal attacks and assaults of the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in every single way, we have seen how there has been so much of absolutely incessant, relentless persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And yet, even today, even now, more than anything, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ensuring to protect the people and protect those who need it the most. Out of his utmost compassion, even in Adi Kailash, in the place where we are seeing so much going on with pandemics within pandemics and so much of corruption and not even having enough medical supplies, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing to help the whole humanity and raise the whole humanity, protect humanity during these extremely dark times. Yes. So, as we were discussing, the participants of the 21-day Inner Awakening Retreat experienced 1,300% increase in mitochondrial cell energy levels. The next slide, please. And as you can see here, this is a graph of the healing recovery results during the 21-day Inner Awakening program. On the y-axis, we're seeing the percent of the participants who had significance of recoveries. So, and then we have a various list of different ailments that people were that were going under, including fatigue, depression, eating disorders, even arthritis and low energy, and panic attacks, anger and frustration. Here, even arthritis, osteoarthritis, even having low moods, asthma, even all of these were addressed, and we're seeing more than 50% recoveries in each and every one of these levels. And these are our daily conflicts that we're undergoing. Many of us are undergoing, and many of us are not able to find a breakthrough from, whether it is fatigue or depression or having an eating disorder or having arthritis or high blood pressure. Each and everything is something that we as individuals go through on a daily basis. Imagine if these problems that you're not able to find a breakthrough have a sudden breakthrough in your life, and your life is working in more than 50% more than your previous productivity. That is the kind of result that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through these programs that revived the ancient Hindu teachings and were revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and were designed according to the ancient Hindu scriptures. That's the power that each and every one of these programs had in millions of people. The next slide, please. And in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Guru, as we know, is the one who gives us so much and literally is worshipped even in a higher position than God himself. He is the ultimate healer. Here in the Sri Guru Gita, in verse 93, he says, I always bow down to Sri Guru, who is bliss, who exudes delight, and who is cheerful. His nature is knowledge and is aware of his own self. He is highest among the yogis and is adorable. He is a physician for disease of worldly existence. An amazing verse that Bhagavan Paramashiva had revealed to Devi PARASHAKTI. And we're seeing, just like River Devi Ganga Mata, who fulfills all our needs from quenching the basic thirst to giving us ultimate liberation, the Guru, the incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, does not only heal us from our physical ailments and diseases, he enlightens us and cures us from the biggest disease of worldly existence and ignorance. The next slide, please. But though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been healing so many millions of people, even from their deepest, most painful experiences, either in trauma or in the diseases that afflict them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had undergone the worst persecution, whether it is character assassination, ideological terrorism, cyber terrorism, delegitimation of principles, lawfare and malicious prosecution, and mob lynching. This is the untold story of over 2 decades of organized systematic persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the scale at which these attacks have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Hindu leaders across Hinduism has no parallel in human history. The next slide, please. If we see, first of all, the illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 21st of April, the anticipatory bail was denied. But what was the truth behind this? Police had lied that they had already arrested the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And a few hours later, at 2:30 p.m., a team of CID officials illegally arrested the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This happened on the 21st of April, 2010, as the whole world watched the devastation of the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by state-sponsored elements and the anti-Hindu terrorists. And we saw a blatant crime being committed here, but we were entirely hopeless, entirely incapable of doing anything about it, because the media, the anti-Hindu terrorists and the nexus that they had formed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was absolutely determined to ensure that they execute their plans, conspiracy, and strategy against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. Now we have to ask some fundamental questions. Who was the victim in this entire propaganda against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Were attempts made to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Yes, for 50 days from March 2nd to the 21st of April, serial attempts were made to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And did police provide any protection? No. Did police arrest or put any militant assassins under trial? No. Did police accept complaints of the victims of the attack by militant assassins? No. What action did the police take? They arrested the victim, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only that, they subjected the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism against the media, who was outright demonizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On the 21st of April in 2010, the police justified the illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by deceit, propaganda, and anti-Hindu laws. At the Chandigarh airport, upon instructions of the media, the police officers deliberately covered the face of the SPH, and the media used this footage to portray the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a guilty terrorist. The propaganda was aimed to desensitize the Hindus of India and mob lynch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during transit. Again, was there a victim of the crimes that they alleged against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Absolutely not. And at that time, an acid attack was executed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while he was in police custody. A shoe containing an acid egg was thrown at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the assassin had aimed this on the face of the SPH, and it hit the SPH on his left thigh. This was done outside of the Bengaluru airport. The acid egg burst open. The video was shown on the news channel, including NDTV, as a subject to ridicule the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Again, the silent assassination attempts continued, with the injection of lethal poisons to cause cardiac arrest while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was in custody. The next slide, please. The police forced conditions of starvation and terminal dehydration on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he was the one who fed millions and was starved and dehydrated for 7 days and nights. The next slide, please. And can you imagine if the Pope, a religious leader of Catholicism, was starved for 7 days? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has revived Hinduism from a grassroots level to span the whole planet with his revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, with his hard work and compassion, through his hundreds of spiritual embassies and thousands of individuals who established and were inspired by his teachings. The standing principle and rule number one of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from day one has been no hungry stomach. And everyone who walked in was given food for the last 22 years, continuously over his entire mission. The blatant lawfare had only handicapped his disciples from enabling even a small meal for their guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but it was a great risk for his welfare and health. False cases and illegal arrests were again pursued by the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces in custody. Their attempts to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had actually induced hypothermia, and they treated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worse than an animal. They made him sit on the cold floor and wetted by cold urine mixed with toilet water made to leak from the toilet. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was sleep deprived at night and made to undergo third-degree torture during the day. As an example, the Prime Minister of Israel from 1977 to 1983 described his experience of sleep deprivation as a prisoner of the NKVD in the Soviet Union as follows. In the head of prisoner, a haze begins to form. His spirit is weary to death. His legs are unsteady, and he has one sole desire: to sleep. Anyone who has experienced this desire knows not even hunger and thirst are comparable with it. Psychological warfare, sound torture by incessant cutting of tiles at night, and forced asphyxiation and induced mesothelioma, or cancer of internal organs, by forcing to breathe powdered asbestos dust. These are the different ways that the anti-Hindu militant forces had implemented third-degree torture on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while they had kidnapped and placed him in illegal custody. Then the blatant blasphemy, force-fed beef to a pure vegetarian monk practicing non-violence as a spiritual vow. The one who initiated millions into vegetarianism as a spiritual lifestyle through Samaya Diksha was attempted to be force-fed to eat sacred mother cow as meat. The next slide, please. And multiple medical tests were illegally administered against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with no medical background, with no medical professionals even. And there was no legal order for these tests to be conducted. The injection of fatal long-term chemical poisons multiple times a day in the name of blood tests. The injection was of lethal poison to cause cardiac arrest. Now, if this was happening to you, what would you do if you went through this? The monasteries were made out of blood. His own blood and sweat were destroyed. The assassin mobs were on a lookout to kill him. The entire country was programmed into confusion by the media to hate and ridicule. And if you had gone through starvation, dehydration, sleep deprivation, hypothermia, lethal injections, countless blood tests, excessive withdrawal of blood, and assassination attempts. The next slide, please. They not only had done this, but they tortured his body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism still remained committed to his mission of healing. The induced cardiac arrest that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had led the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to need to go to the hospital in the middle of the illegal police custody. And he needed emergency medical treatment. But even then, the media took this as an opportunity to mock and ridicule the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. While on the outside, millions of us across the world, Kailashians, were heartbroken to see what was happening against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All of us wondering what was going on to our beloved Guru. The next slide, please. He was forced to be starved, and he was forced into starvation and terminal dehydration, subject to psychological warfare, tortured, and he was forced to even eat beef, even though he did not eat anything for the 8 days that he was in the illegal custody. And on the contrast, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides 10,000 vegetarian organic meals a day, always gracing humanity with compassion and enriching. The next slide, please. And not only this, we saw how they had continuously been injecting lethal poison in the name of a blood test to cause cardiac arrest to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. Multiple times in 2010, blood was taken by the state medical team involving injection of unknown chemicals to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which had actually caused a fatal cardiac symptoms in him. And here we see a example where they had what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where they had literally injected and induced a cardiac arrest and caused chest pain. And the New Indian Express has published this article about how this blood test had caused the cardiac arrest and cardiac trauma. The next slide, please. On the 27th of April, the New Indian Express again posted how lethal injections were subject on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Monday morning, 26th of April 2010. And then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was taken to court immediately after the test. And then he was taken to the hospital. When it was reported in the media, it was said that it was lied and falsely told that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had underwent a potency test under police custody and had undergone this attack. And it also had said that all security arrangements were ordered by the Ramanagara Deputy SP were in place, but the CID wanted to conduct the test under police custody and not the hospital. It was such a blatant crime against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here. And this is the morning of the 27th of April at Jayadeva Hospital. And this is taken from the report by DNA. The next slide, please. We can see the picture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism clearly not able to stand up, even being brought out in a wheelchair from the hospital after being admitted after symptoms of cardiac arrest were induced with lethal injections given in the name of blood tests. And on the right, we're seeing news clip in the media, the same article showing the police making a blatant, inhuman mockery of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, claiming they were stressed out after torturing and attempting to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Understand, would the police in your country torture somebody and then ridicule that person in the media? How does it make you feel to see Swamiji on a wheelchair? For millions of us across the world, including myself, to see these images was absolute devastation. And to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whom for years and until now, seeing him, worshipping him as my guru and God, it brings so much of heartbreak to see him absolutely alone, defenseless, while he is the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was hospitalized after cardiac trauma caused by lethal chemical injection. And yet the media was falsely publicizing lies and mockery against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, trying to say that he was complaining of chest pain. Is it a In this condition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was made to run on the treadmill. And just a brief timeline of events. On the 21st of April, from Solan, Himachal Pradesh, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested. And until the 25th of April, he was under illegal custody. 4 days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forcibly interrogated, tortured, and was ridiculed in the media. On the 26th of April evening, seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism suffering and undergoing cardiac trauma, the judge ordered medical attention, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was admitted to Jayadeva Hospital on the 27th of April 2010 morning, as shown in the picture alongside here. As you can see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was made to run on a treadmill in this condition. On the 27th of April 2010 at 3:30 p.m., again, the CID restart their grilling. Was the admission to the hospital itself one more assassination attempt? What were they trying to do here? Even the police and media say he is cooperative. So why again and again did they start interrogating? On the 26th of April, the lethal injection was carried out. On the 26th of April, again, seeing the suffering, the judge ordered medical attention. And on the 27th of April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was discharged from the Jayadeva Hospital. Again, on the 27th of April, 3:30, the CID restart their assassination attempt against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And even the High Court is asking, how long will you torture? In 2010, as the days progressed slowly and tortuously, one of the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was a doctor, was able to get the permission of the government to see and visit the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This disciple recollects the trauma. I saw Swamiji in a dark cellar, and I have never seen Swamiji like this. Swamiji was struggling to open his eyes and struggling to even stand up. I didn't know what was happening. Swamiji somehow rested his hands on the wall and got up and was continuously blinking his eyes. He looked as if he was searching something, and I tried helping Swamiji. The next slide, please. The police again and again suppressed their crimes. How much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was tortured under the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists. On one hand, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was saying during the interrogation and how that was projected in the media was colluded between the police and the media and not shown to the world in the right light. The actual statement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was his body is not capable of indulging in any sexual act, and he can prove this through a medical potency test. But what the media headline said was, I am not a man. The next slide, please. In the denial, the police lied shamelessly, saying no medical tests were done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2010. From 2012 to 2014, the state police and media mafia both openly lied and stated that in 2010, during the arrest, no medical examination was done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which was absolutely not true. In the SC 86 in 2014, the High Court observed that medical tests were done on the first day of arrest itself and even mentioned the page numbers of where the tests were attached in the charge sheet of the document. The CID did the medical test, which caused the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism acute trauma more than once, and they very well knew that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was impotent. And can the state police in any country lie so that shamelessly in the court to do such a thing? And that also multiple times. Is this justified? Is this in any way okay? Please continue. Again, if we see on Monday morning, on the 26th of April, a lethal injection was subject onto the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was taken to court immediately after the test. And then, because the court had ordered and seen and witnessed the state of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was complaining of chest pain, the court ordered that he be taken to the hospital immediately. The next slide, please. As if the court's injustice meant nothing, police and media shamelessly lied in public, saying no medical tests were done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2010. The High Court not only observed that the medical tests were done in 2010, it is also mentioned the page numbers where medical tests were attached in the charge sheet in the order. The next slide, please. Now we have to ask ourselves, the anti-Hindu forces made an offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that they would stop the persecution, but he would have to comply to what they said. Why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never allowed the anti-Hindu forces to have their way in destroying Hinduism? Yes, let us now watch this brief video on the attacks done against Hindu leaders.
In the past 30 years, nearly 90% of all prominent Hindu gurus have been labeled with fake sex allegations. There are more than 75 leaders whose names come up on a simple Google search. It is obviously a planned attack. Hindus need to speak up and take seriously the need to restore authentic Hindu practices and ensure something other than stress, addiction, and social disharmony is available for our grandchildren.
The next slide. Now, let us understand the culture of genocide and the history of murder of Hindu gurus. On the 23rd of December 1926, 70-year-old Swami Shraddhanand was assassinated by a mob lyncher. On the 17th of November 1966, 5,000 Hindu sadhus were killed, but the reports had showed that only 375 were killed. On the 15th of February in 1973, on the contrary, the government falsely accused and arrested the leader of Ananda Marg, M.P.R. Sarkar, and he was poisoned in prison, allegedly by the jail doctor. After recovering, he went on fast seeking justice. He fasted for the next 5 years, 4 months, and 2 days. And on the 2nd August 1978, when he was released from jail after having been acquitted of all charges. On the 30th of April in 1982, 16 males and 1 female Hindu sannyasi of Anandamarg were pulled out of a cab and burned alive near a bridge in broad daylight. More than rupees 30 crore were spent by government on various court trials and tribunals, and the result was absolutely no justice. On the 23rd of August in 2008, Swami Lakshmananda Saraswati and 4 other disciples were murdered in the state of Odisha in India. Swami Lakshmananda was a Hindu monk and highly revered spiritual leader who lived life dedicated to service and to the welfare of the forest dwellers of Kerala. The next slide, please. And here we're seeing the brutal crimes done against the Hindu gurus from November 7th of 1986. 5,000 Hindu sadhus were killed in police action, and from 1982, 16 males and 1 female Hindu sannyasi of Anandamarg pulled out and burned alive on a bridge in broad daylight. The next slide, please. Here is a picture of Swami Lakshmananda Saraswati and 4 of his disciples who were murdered in the state of Odisha in India. And he was a highly revered spiritual leader who lived a life dedicated to the welfare of forest dwellers, the Van-Nivasis of Kandamal. Swami Premananda in 2011 was killed in Kudalur Central Prison, and he has been imprisoned on false charges of rape. And on the 1st of September 2013, Asaram Bapu was arrested on false charges. On 10th August in 2014, the 21st century Pakistan and Afghanistan have less than 1% of Hindu population. And once they were entirely Hindu populated nation, Hinduism survived in India because of the tyaga of Naga sadhus and protected Hindus and temples during the invasion, like in Vrindavan and Kashi, by sacrificing their lives. Today, the Naga sadhus are beaten and killed on the way to the very same street. From the 19th of November 2014, police killed 6 disciples of Saint Rampal and arrested Saint Rampal and sentenced him to life imprisonment. This is Sri Ragareshwara Bharati, one of the Hindus who had worked for the revival of Hinduism, who was framed on false case of rape in 2014. The Mutt denied all accusations from the start, and on March 31st, 2016, the court dismissed rape charges against the seer. The next slide, please. And again, the cultural genocide continued, with Swami Avimukhteshwarananda in the September of 2015. And in 2016, Hindu priest who was beheaded in the Panchgar district in Bangladesh. In 2017, 30 disciples of Ram Rahim were killed by the state police. In 2018, Palhari Baba jail term was till death on false allegations of rape, and he was a great yogi who lived on fruits, and hence his name was Palhari. And Swami Tattva Bodhananda, a disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, a yoga guru and guru Vedanta Adhikari, has brutally been sickled to death by mob lynchers in Puducherry. This is the death of the Hindu priest who was beheaded by Islamic State in Panchgarh district in Bangladesh. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Let us now understand this video on the cultural genocide on Hindu Hindus.
It is recorded in Vedic times there were 56 deshas, or Hindu nations. All children were educated through Gurukul, living with the enlightened masters. But most recently, there has not been even a single Hindu nation surviving to today. Not India, not Nepal, no place. In previous centuries, India faced relentless invasions of marauding barbarians, raping and pillaging for over 1,000 years. More than 500 million Hindus brutally murdered. Most other major global traditions have nations, countries where their lives and practices are protected today. Hindus have no such place. In many countries today, it is in fact very dangerous, deadly, to be Hindu and to live a Hindu lifestyle. Even in India, many Hindu practices, teachings, teachers, rituals, traditional healing systems, and temples are legislated and discriminated against under so-called superstition bills, through media, and in so many other organized ways. Even up to the recent past, the treatment of great Hindu incarnations and modern Hindu gurus and their spreading of the great teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma has faced relentless slander and attacks from anti-Hindu forces. Through Jnana Sambandar, Adi Shankara, Ramanujacharya, Sri Ramakrishna and Vivekananda, Ramana Maharishi, Swami Yogananda, Satya Sai Baba, Srila Prabhupada, Osho, Nityananda Swami, the Shankaracharyas, and Asram Bapu, to number just a few. In fact, every single prominent Hindu guru and organization has been illegally slandered and attacked throughout the history. Hindus live the principle of ahimsa. That is true, and it shows across the planet in the ability of Hindus to peacefully and productively lead in all populations around the world. But what are Hindus to do amidst the constant threat of physical security, violent attacks, and murder, destroying their end to Hindu existence? Is any more evidence needed? The world may not be aware, that is true, of the relentless, brutal attacks against the Hindu way of life that continues to today. But for how long will we leave it as someone else's problem, turn the other cheek, and pretend that it's safe to be a Hindu today? Pretend that the lifestyle is not under threat, that our gurus are not systematically attacked, that our very life and existence is under threat, with the only demand that we cease living as Hindus. It is the only demand. Do not live. Do not live as Hindus. Do not live at all. And then we will stop killing you. Hindus have always carried the tradition of responsibility. Every member of the community was expected to at least end their lives of society as sannyasis, serving the highest purpose of the society for all, to complete their family responsibilities and 9-to-5 careers and commit to serving the highest needs of all the members of the society, to set the example for what is most important, to set the example through their actions, which we all know speaks the loudest, to get involved in the revival of the enlightened ecosystems of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the world's only Hindu nation. Email to contact@kailasa.org. If you feel responsibility is a power, you make your life successful.
Yes. Now moving on to the next slide. And once again, Swami Lakshmi Varatirtha Swami, who had been attacked by the anti-Hindu militant forces, Swami Lakshmi Varatirtha of Udupi died in 2018. Hospital releases the report that he was actually poisoned, and no one was convicted against on his attack. And of course, nobody was convinced that he had committed suicide. But that is the narrative that the media mafia had tried to create. If the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had not withdrawn from Indian society, they would have done the same to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. And again, the attacks against the Hindu sannyasis and Hindu gurus is continuing even into 2020, last year. If we see 15th of April 2020 in Maharashtra, a mob of over 100 people had killed 2 sannyasis in Palghar. On the 16th of April in 2020 in Bihar, an 80-year-old Swami Hindu was murdered in Bihar. And on the 25th of April in 2020, monks attacked in Hoshalpur ashram in Punjab. On the 27th of April in 2020, 2 more Hindu priests were brutally killed in Uttar Pradesh. On May 22nd, 2020, Hindu monks were murdered in Nanded ashram. And then 85-year-old sadhu or monk was murdered inside his monastery on the June 9th, 2020. And of course, the list goes on even after June 2020. Now, we'll be understanding why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, despite so much of persecution, is insisting and persistently ensuring that we all revive Kailasa. Why Kailasa is the next subject of the next segment in today's program. We'll be continuing on this segment on a persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we'll be right back with you after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is
proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. and setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. We happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
Yes, Nityanandam, welcome back after that very short break. I request all the viewers once again to stay tuned and to ensure that you're spending a few minutes today sharing the link of the UN report that they have published on the Human Rights Commission website for the UN, where they have recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please also, when you're sharing, use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, against the SPH, and also the hashtag against Hindu persecution. And during this ongoing July Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, we are, as Kailasa across the world, is ensuring that we are using this platform and also in various other platforms, how the Hindu Holocaust is ongoing and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to bring the Holocaust to the awareness of the international audience. So yes, let us now continue where we left off. In the previous segment, we had been reviewing, seeing the harsh details of what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone. Despite having killed millions of people, what torture and brutal, insensitive treatment the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone through at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists. Now, let us watch this brief video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining to us more on the Hindu Holocaust.
This time, I am ready and I am already sacrificing my life, doing tyaga, sarva parityaga, for this cause of reviving ancient Hindu enlightened civilization, Kailasa. And I beg all the Hindus outside India, Hindu diaspora all over the world, give me 2 kids from each family. It is time we start building next generation Hindus who understand the Hinduism authentically, originally, and revive, bring legitimacy to Hinduism in every field. All the Hindu diaspora, Hindus settled all over the world, it is time to wake up from the illusion and delusion. It is time to choose enlightenment pill. Stop living in delusion and illusion, not realizing it is the matrix. Wake up and choose enlightenment. I am not asking your money, I am not asking your luxuries, I am not asking your comforts. Actually, I am asking your kids. It is going to be more work for me. If I am working now 20 hours a day, with more Gurukul Balasans, I will have to be working 24 hours a day, 24/7 a day. I am only asking more work and more responsibility.
We can go on to the next slide.
Havana, Poland. Swamiji, what happens when I do Salva Parityaga?
I manifest in you completely as Paramashiva and Parashakti. When I manifest, I live the very life I am radiating in Mahakailasa in you. You became a boon, blessing for the planet Earth. You became my vehicle. You became my Vahana. You became my body. You embody me, Paramashiva. You became a great
This is a power of the healing from the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Let's go on further and hear the sharing of more participants and more disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I had one participant running up to me just a few seconds ago. She is feeling overwhelmed with gratitude with what has just happened to her 30 minutes ago. So I'm going to read it for her. She has written it, a miracle that she just experienced. This is Ma Nitya Premanandini from Studio City, California. She's saying that 10 years ago, I'm just going to read it verbatim, the way she has written. 10 years ago, I had an unavoidable surgery which caused me to go blind in my right eye. For all these years, I have had no more than 5% vision in that eye. During my first inner awakening in 2010, Swamiji said, I will heal you. I continue to try every therapy I could find as well as working on my spiritual path. Just about 30 minutes ago, as I'm listening to these testimonials, I am looking at the hall and wondering why everything is looking so bright. I'm seeing so many more dimensions. So I put my hand over the left eye and saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye. Especially the peripheral vision, which had been completely dark, she now has a vision, her right eye is back. She is expressing her immense gratitude to Swamiji for the miracle which has just happened to her.
Once again, a beautiful sharing that is absolutely miraculous, where vision was restored to a woman. Yes, let's continue on with the next sharing.
So I got sick, and I was just burning in fever, and I just went that night for darshan, and I asked Swamiji, I'm burning. Can you please just heal me? And he put his hand on my forehead, and I had this amazing experience. And as soon as the darshan was over, we walked out, and immediately the fever just dropped from my body. Like I could actually feel my whole body getting cold again. I could open my eyes. So this was very powerful for me.
I didn't know anything about Hinduism and gurus, but I have found, that it has been incredibly helpful. So I haven't felt like it's a segregated religion and that I had to kind of, get away from who I am. But I found that it's really just helped me become strong, healthy, fit, and smart. I'm still learning a lot about it. I've also heard people saying that, Swamiji brainwashes him and be careful of all of this and that kind of thing. But I would have to say I could not disagree more with this. I know Swamiji is not taking me away from my background and culture. He is in fact enhancing it. He knows more about me than anyone else does. And the specific healing and process he has brought me through is only for me. So no one else could go through this, because what he's doing is he's actually lifting me up to my higher self. So I am of English descent, and he has removed the obstacles for me realizing the strength of my background and where I come from. He's doing this even though the English have not been kind to Hindus throughout history. So this is happening because he's actually just sharing the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is a science for enlightenment. And so it doesn't segregate, it's not forceful, and it's not racist, it's not violent, but it's only life positive. So no matter who you are, what it will do is it will bring you to your higher self, and it will empower you for a better life, and it will also definitely bring you to your life so that you can live out your life mission effectively.
Yes. And also we had seen the health recovery results of from before inner awakening and after inner awakening, how literally more than 50%, more than even 60% of participants had seen recovery in various different aspects of their life, including if they had been suffering before from depression or anxiety, or if they had been suffering from chronic fatigue, or if they've been suffering from even arthritis in various stages, from high blood pressure, from diabetes, every single everyday ailment that we have in our normal lives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just through the Inner Awakening program, we had seen the results just in one 21-day span of living in the presence of the incarnation of Paramashiva. Now, it was not just this, but even through so many other different programs, including, for example, Nirahara Samyama, we saw how so many different ailments, so many different health problems were just simply cured and simply disappeared after doing a Nirahara Samyama Vrata, guided personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. How so many different blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally broken through the patterns of suffering and pain in so many different people's lives, the lives of millions across the world. And yet, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what he has undergone and what he has sacrificed at this time is absolutely inexplicable. How we can even comprehend a being who is so non-violent and so compassionate that he continues to keep on giving, to keep on ensuring, protecting, giving, and being the most non-violent being on planet Earth, despite having gone through so much of torture at the hands of anti-Hindu terrorists. The mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the revival of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, is for the upliftment of the quality of life for the whole humankind, and helping each individual uplift their life and seek the higher ambition in their life. As we see today, there's so many different kinds of corruption, different kinds of social upheaval, different kinds of crises, and also the different deadly diseases that are rampaging the streets and killing people, literally. It's at this time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his utmost compassion, has opened the doors of Kailasa and even protected anyone who seeks protection during these extremely grave times. The amount of effort the Swamiji has been doing in just ensuring that all services are being provided through the Kailasa COVID care centers, whether it is having the full spiritual morning routine for all of the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam, and uplifting each one, ensuring their day, their consciousness is fulfilled, and any source of pandemic fatigue, tiredness and boredom, depression and stress is addressed on the first thing in the morning every single day, or providing a beautiful meal, vegetarian, nutritious meal 3 times a day, as well as any different kinds of supplements needed for each and every individual, as well as providing the Ayurvedic supplements needed to boost one's immunity and boost the health system. Whatever it is, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been providing, sitting, and ensuring that these services are provided for the people who need it at this time. We're seeing so many grave circumstances which have been foretold time and time again. And even through the Devi PARASHAKTI Akasha reading, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is guiding the whole humanity at this time. In just a few minutes, we will be having the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and having the enlightening audience of the Avatar himself. Let's take a few minutes to share this link, to share the news that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be himself gracing each and every one of us for the Nityananda Satsang, and we can sit in his presence, imbibe the powerful cognitions as he continues to give us the divine revelations on conscious sovereignty. Let's take a few minutes now and share with as many people as possible about the upcoming Nityananda Satsang. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of health helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nityanandam, welcome back after that very quick break. To all of the viewers, now it has come time for each and every one of us to get ready for the live satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As we are just a few minutes away, let's take a few minutes now to share with as many people as possible about the live Nityananda satsang, and you can use in all the different social media platforms and make sure that you are sharing. Let us know. Get ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and be in a deep, restful space of awareness and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என்றால் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருள் விலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் தரிசனம் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் முந்தன் தரிசனம் விஞ்ஞானந்தா 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 ஸ்ரீ அருணகிரீஸ்வர ஈசா மூத்த தமிழ் குடி மக்களின் ஈசா குமரி கண்டமானும் பரமேசா சங்க தமிழை காக்கும் கைலாசா முட்டு நிறைந்த சிவம் எட்டு கமத்திடவே எட்டு கடந்து உள்ளிருந்த கனவுளி தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யன் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இமை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யன் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இமை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of that Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. As it is. Listen. With extreme love and compassion, I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction of by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he is, how he feels about himself. Adityanam Aham Vishnu. How Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hugged his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in. You will attract the same kind of people Shishubala like, and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision, you, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand,
sit with this cognition. Whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina.
மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார் மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது
Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body with a conscious stamina which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day. At least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoons per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon. Not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions.
It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina, once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you two simple instructions and few truths. To build the physics, listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you one or two examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. The conscious stamina triggers, snowballs, initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. If you are a person constantly irritated, easily triggered, just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, I am a Dhyana Siddha by birth. By birth, master in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because even while entering into the body, I carried my Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Within the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi only, I even assumed this body. Even I had once a difficulty in Tiruvannamalai during the Deepam festival. The roadside, the gulfi ice, people will come and sell gulfi ice. In those days, the gulfi ice will not be available regularly in Tiruvannamalai, only during the festival times, big festival times it will be available. So, Raghupati Yogi, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, a lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. The gulfi ice guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the gulfi ice. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream, that's why I am looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that gulfi ice? I neither said yes nor said no, because there was no interest in that ice cream, because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to that bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, he gave me, he bought and gave one ice, and when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very tasty. The way I ate itself, he understood, I enjoyed, so he got one more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold, because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals, and he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do, but I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. If I have to hold the breath for 60 seconds, he will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58, I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start
changing the breathing pattern, nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day at least 2 times I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait, I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood that kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream, that kapha is inside. And he just got the Karsalangani leaf, and a few leaves, and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal organs. After this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha and not even know that it is because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha,
you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that many times I used to do the same. I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means kalvam is a stone, small stone on that. If you keep the leaf and put little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? If I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? All you need is just this Karsalangani powder, Karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, not only my guru gave me 5 gulfi ice cream, he gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is using Karsalangani and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balanced. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. Strong breathing builds a strong internal organs, strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalangani powder, taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home in India. In every village, you will see Karsalangani, Ponnangani, Murungakira. add all this stuff in your life every day. Karisalanganni, Ponnanganni, Thooduvala, Murungakkira. Just the simple instruction. I tell you, strong internal organs, when the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karisalanganni on your upper palate. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you, you may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy it and you may start doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I will take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life. Is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, hey, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on dharma. Over. That moment you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen, if you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decision. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion. You collapsing internally. Decide Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I became sure about me. See, when the Kapha and Pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood. You will not make decisions. All decisions you make during the I, Kapha and Pitta are dangerous to your life and to your existence. Keeping the Kapha and Pitta balanced will make you always take very sweet, beautiful decisions. Life will flow such powerful way. You know, even if you obey Guru's instruction, one small instruction, 10,000s of big problems will not even come to you. Not only you will be solving any problem comes to you, there are many problems which will never come to you. Many problem will never come to you. Any problem which comes to you, you will simply dissolve it. That is why even now I have the habit. I will not calculate my Guru walks to the direct benefit it brings. See, if I calculate, if I apply Karsalangani on my upper palate and remove the Vada, Pitta, the Kapha and Pitta and Kapha, I will not catch cold. I can breathe freely. If I calculate and make the logical decision, only when I have a cough, cold, I will practice and I will have the benefit. But many times simply I'll follow the Guru Walk. Wherever I see the Karsalangani in my wanderings and wherever I can get, simply I'll start applying. Because I just want to do what my Gurus told me. Because of my obedience to my Guru Walk, not only I never suffered with cough, cold, the Kapha and Pitta problems, I always had a samatva, balanced decision making, dharmic decision making, inner space, which brought tremendous strength about me, being sure about me. I tell you, when I got out of my home, when I left my home, I never had insecurity or not being sure about how I will handle my future. Whatever future brings, how I will handle, never had a problem. Same way, in 40, literally after establishing kingdoms, everything I need for my life, I just walked out of everything. I had the same spirit, courage, confidence. I can rebuild. I can create what I want. I can face my life. Whatever my life brings, I can handle it. I was so sure about me. Me being sure about my ability to handle the future, whatever future may bring, that is what I call my Shraddha towards my Guru Parampara. Hey, I will obey my Guru Vak. Come what may, I have the confidence to face it. That's all was my inner space. When I stepped out of Adi Kailash campus, people who were with me, they are the witness. I made the statement, it is time to make Hindu Samrajya, Hindu nation. I just know whatever life brings, I can handle it. With the grace of my Guru Parampara, Paramashiva, I made it. Actually, they made it. Their grace, their blessings, their energy. They made the Kailasa. They manifested it now. Listen. You being sure about you, to live the Guru Walk, is the greatest spiritual stamina. I'm repeating. You being sure about you, to live the Guru Walk, is the spiritual stamina. Castor oil, applying Karsalangani every day with your thumb on the upper palate and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha. All these simple acts will bring spiritual stamina in your life. You will be sure about following the Guru Walk, the highest vision for you. You will be so sure about it. You will have so much of spiritual stamina, confidence. Simply you will manifest Paramashiva in you. The biggest negativity in your life is your fear. Will I be able to handle myself if I just follow my Guru Walk? If I just go with my Guru's words, will I be able to handle what life brings it to me? Will I have the stamina to handle? Will I have a mental breakdown? Will I collapse? Hey. How can you die by drinking nectar? Many times people tell me, if I meditate, if I do unclutching, will I have mental breakdown? Will I die? There is no document, record ever in the whole world. Anybody having a mental breakdown through unclutching or death by meditating. By not meditating, there were millions having mental breakdown, had and having. By not unclutching, there are millions who die very cheap death. Even in death, there should be dignified death. I am seeing now in this pralaya, in this corona, people are so suffocated to keep themselves inside a room or a house. They feel it's okay. I just want a fresh air. I cannot handle this anymore. Let me go out for a walk. Just for fresh air, they go out and leave the breath itself. For fresh breath, they go out. Get corona, get fresh body itself, not just fresh breath. I am seeing, understand? Now the next level variants of corona. Corona plus, Delta plus and Lambda corona. All these are not only highly infectious, high death rate. Even though people know all this information, just the imaginary suffocation, unable to mentally handle the pitta and kapha. Pitta is responsible for mental suffocation. Unable to handle the pitta, they go out and get the real problem called corona. See, pitta is only an imaginary problem. Your mental suffocation is just imaginary problem. But is the real physical problem. Listen. Not having the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina, not having the spiritual stamina can even kill you. All these people, due to suffocation, mental suffocation, go out and get corona and die, are all dying just because they were not taught the science of unclutching and meditation. If they had the fortune of getting the unclutching and meditation in their life, they will know how to handle their mental suffocation. Unclutching is as simple as applying the Karslangani powder on your upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. Many people are asking the name of the Karslangani, other names of Karslangani. I know only these two names, Karslangani and Bringaraj. I don't know the English technical name. Maybe you guys can Google Karsalangani and Bringaraj. These two are the names I know of the leaf I am talking about, the herb I am talking about. So now listen. Just not able to handle your suffocation. inner space. You getting the real problem, like real corona, criminal negligence becoming crime itself. See, you not able to handle your suffocation, your pitta, all this is criminal negligence. Finally, it becomes crime itself when you get the corona. So I want to give one more information. The Karsalangani is also called false daisy. False daisy is an English word used for Karsalangani, Bringaraj. Actually, it should be named as a true daisy. I don't know why they named it as a false daisy. Anyhow, that is the word in use. Okay. Listen. Let me give you basic few revelations to achieve spiritual stamina. Your body with a spiritual stamina is the fundamental requirement for manifesting conscious sovereignty, Paramashivatva. And it is not difficult, too simple. As I said, just applying Karsalangani and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha has made me feel so secure about me, sure about me, and my ability to handle come what may. See, my ability to handle come what may is my Shraddha to my Guru Parampara, to my Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogishwara. You can see how they initiated the virtuous circle in me. I simply obey their words, and that brings so much of benefits. So that makes me so sure about my future. And that is what is the trust on my Guru Parampara. So the love feeds trust, trust feeds love, love feeds more trust feeds more love. That just becomes such powerful virtuous circle and becomes enlightenment, oneness, Paramadvaita. That's all. That's all. I think getting into that virtuous circle is what is the conscious stamina. Spiritual stamina listen carefully. I never strategized and obeyed my Guru's words. Simply my Guru walk, I'll do it. Over. Even now I am seeing many people are trying to say, oh, Corona is settled, it is not that bad. Be very clear, it is not settled. Now all these people moving around freely in the market,
The other day I saw in the media, the news, so much crowd in that Chennai shopping street, Ranganathan Street at the T Nagar. Like a festival, Utsava, Deepavali. Oh God. Dress is so important than life. Or are they buying dresses to dress up when they are dead? I don't know. I don't know why the dress and jewels are so important than life itself. I could not understand. See, people going to food to get groceries, at least that I can, okay, tolerate. Because without food they will die. They can't be without food. But people going for clothes, jewels, other things, I just don't know what to say. And I am telling you, the social setup of India is going to terribly fail Indians in this corona time. When I say India, it's not just the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that same mental setup countries, Malaysia, Nepal, everywhere, this collective integrity missing. See, they don't care about others dying by they spreading the corona. They don't care about the mask. They don't care about people. Sometimes when people get corona, they get so vengeful. They go and spread also without telling. Please listen. Listen carefully. With Paramashiva's grace, directly Paramashiva himself manifesting with so much effort. I saved Jyotika. She is alive. She is not dead. She is saved. But still she has not recovered completely. She has not recovered completely. Still I am working. Still she has not become completely healthy. I am not able to make her travel from Chennai to Bangalore because the oxygen level goes ups and downs. She is alive. She is corona negative, means corona free. But still she has not recovered, become healthy. And once she becomes healthy, I have to work and detox her body to start manifesting powers. That is another huge task. Because corona does large damage to the internal organs. Even if they don't die, the damage done to the internal organs and for their physical activism and mentally being alive, those capabilities damaged is extreme. It takes such huge effort to recover them and retrieve them and completely bring them back to normal. Literally like a conscious blanket, I surrounded her. Of course, few more of my disciples who got corona, literally I was sitting in samadhi and surrounding them as conscious blankets, protecting them, recovering, healing them. It's like a literally conscious ventilator, the spiritual super ventilator protection. Even with that, I could only save them. They are alive. But
yet to recover completely. Understand the corona and its impact. Don't take it light. And especially in India, people freely moving around does not mean corona is over. Actually, the people freely moving around, they are inviting the third wave corona quickly. And the worst thing with the third wave corona is it is going to be the Delta plus and Lambda. The worst viruses, the viruses. What to say that? Its own updated version. I don't want to make further statements about corona. I only want all my disciples who obey me, just stay home, stay safe, have multi-layer quarantine in your home. If you cannot, go to Adi Kailash and save yourself before it becomes too late. Especially countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Malaysia. Now I heard the good news, even the Malaysians can travel to India. If you want to save yourself, simply go to Adi Kailash, where you are given multi-layer quarantine. Be there. Safeguard yourself before it becomes too late. Multi-layer quarantine is too important. Let me reveal more and more sacred secrets to build conscious stamina. Have haritaki, tudubale, murunga leaf in your food regularly. Just the simple 10-20 instruction. I can put it elaborately and share it with you all. Whatever I share today, start doing Vakyartha Sadas. the speed with which people are coming out and moving around, India or Malaysia or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, everywhere, I can see very clearly they are inviting the third wave, which I don't want to talk much about it. I can only say that they are bringing worst thing on themselves. Because the collective integrity is not there. People don't care about what will happen to the whole society. See, people think, oh, what is there if few people get corona and they go to hospital, and it is not that easy, that simple. When the medical infrastructure is broken, failing by overload, so many other things are broken, failing due to overload. Social infrastructure, administration infrastructure, judicial everything gets overloaded. And the anarchy and chaos, where unjustified number of deaths and losses, and no value for life. No value for life. Don't listen to anybody's opinion about corona. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. That's all. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. Neither get constipated by conspiracy theories, nor get cheated by this positive idea Bhagavas. Just have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself before it is too late. Especially people in the Asian countries. In US, the society structure itself is a quarantine structure. Nobody comes to your home that without invitation or freely, easily. In India, anyone will walk into any house. That is the way social structure is. I still remember, if the home main door is locked, people will ask, hey, why are you keeping the house door locked in the daytime? In the daytime, you are not supposed to keep the house main door locked. So if you have any relatives, friends, especially all my disciples all over the world, my Adinavasis, my Gurukul kids, my Sannyasis, my Brahmacharis, my Brahmacharinis, all of you listen. I am talking to you directly. If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you have any important people you need to protect, either get them out of Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, all that, Indonesia, that area, Malaysian countries, get them out. Or get them to Adi Kailash, where they can have multi-layer quarantine. Do one in these two. Prevention is the best way to protect yourself from corona. Because the third wave may be the worst wave. The death rate is too high. Delta plus and lambda corona, these are too high death rate. Infection rate, the way they spread, before even you realize or go to hospital, the person is killed, the person is dead. Before even you realize you have corona, you are dead. Before even you are taken to hospital due to any symptom or complication, you are dead. That's the way it is going. So, the social structure of India is going to fail Indians during this pandemic. This freely moving around, freely touching, freely going anywhere, anyone, and going to shops, luxury shops, going for shopping. I don't know. When I saw the crowd in Ranganathan Street in T Nagar, I was shocked. In that crowd, corona may get killed. That level of crowd. Abba, that's all I have to say. Multi-layer quarantine in your home is not possible. If it is really possible, it is possible only in Adi Kailash. So go there and save yourself. Is all I can say for now. And if you are already in Adi Kailash, celebrate. You are directly protected by Paramashiva. You are in his space. Enjoy the safety and security given by Paramashiva directly. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, collective integrity and enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddha-Advaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Shri Kailasonnatadvadashanta Shyamala Pitharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Mukta Maya Chatura Shrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinhaka Haladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalabhake Sari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
With the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattanasyadi Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness. Turiyatita, Turiyatita.